The committee has to consider the appropriation bill. When progress was reported yesterday, 1st April 2026, votes 14, 21, and 35 had been introduced, while votes 7, 15, and 16, and 29 had been agreed to. For the introduction of votes, I now put vote 10, education, 28 billion, 1,365,000 Namibian dollars, for introduction by the Honorable Minister Steenkamp.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honourable Members of the August House. No, it's fine.
Honorable Haikola is the new Minister of Education.
My time, please. Please, my time. Thank you. Jealousy, ne? Can I please continue? Do I have the permission? Thank you very much. Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honourable Members of this August House, it is my privilege to present the budget motivation for vote 10, and as committed in my maiden statement, the Ministry continued to advance its 7 priorities: the integration of early childhood development, strengthening of the foundational literacy numeracy skills, enhancing in-service and pre-service teacher training, expanding access across all levels, integrating ICT, and promoting arts and creative industries. During the 2025-26 financial year, the Ministry worked diligently to implement programs aligned to these priorities. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Honourable Minister of Finance and the team for their continued support. I will now very briefly, because of time, highlight key achievements. Am I protected, Madam Chairperson? Please. Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Colleagues, we cannot waste time with camera parliament.
No, but the AR is now.
They are wasting time. She paid the...
I hear too much noise, that's the problem. If you are talking, the acoustic is not good. It takes away.
Okay. They are wasting time.
You'll give me back my time.
What's the problem?
She can speak.
No, NBC said it's not them.
Yeah, they said it's the assistant from here.
Members, at least that courtesy. Thank you.
And in silence.
15 minutes.
I wish to highlight the key achievements. 15 minutes, please. Learner enrollment increased by 31,336 to 927,647, a 3.5 growth reflecting improved access. Progress has been made in integrating early childhood development, including completion of the workload assessment and initiating 91 posts, as well as the near finalization of the early childhood curriculum. At secondary level, performance improved notably. The NSSCO progression rate to NSSAS, that is advanced subsidiary, increased to 36%, with more learners meeting key thresholds. At AS level, 70% of candidates achieved the required quality symbols. Now, these results reflect progress towards NDP 6 targets and the Ministry's performance benchmarks. In higher education, access improved through the subsidized tertiary education fund model, at the moment benefiting 89,000 students. Now, we are fully aware that the process has just concluded at all tertiary institutions, and therefore we still need to do a full consolidation. The gross enrollment ratio is projected to rise 37%, with graduate employability currently standing at 65%. The TVET sector recorded a 67 completion rate among 13,512 trainees, of which 55 are female, supported by infrastructure expansion. The research, science, technology, and innovation sector continue to strengthen Namibia's knowledge economy. Research capacity has been enhanced through partnerships as well as postgraduate funding and innovation programs. Key initiatives equally include the National Innovation Challenge for Women and the Scale Up Namibia Innovation Center. Progress in emerging technologies include the AI readiness assessment, development of the AI strategy, and targeted training. Science promotion also reached over 16,000 learners through national and international platforms. Honorable members, as access expands, maintaining quality and relevance in higher education remains critical for our ministry. Namibia's regulatory framework, anchored by the Namibia Qualifications Authority and the National Council for Higher Education, continue to safeguard standards. The focus is shifting from expansion to consolidation through minimum standards across institutions. These standards will strengthen governance, curriculum, relevance, and student support while safeguarding qualification integrity. I also wish to state that additional classrooms, laboratories, libraries, and ablution facilities are on track for completion in early 2026. And to support this, we have also attended to the overcrowding challenges with over 2,200 teaching and support posts that were allocated ahead of the 2026 academic year. With ICT integration advanced, 86 schools received computer labs and 289 schools benefit from broadband upgrades. Honorable members, the 50 million allocation to creative industries is expected to generate approximately 500 jobs and also to do awards with the NAMAS. Library services reached over 600,000 citizens, while more than 12,000 adults enrolled in literacy programs. Honorable members, I will now move to delve into the budget allocation for 2026-27 financial year. In terms of budget allocation to vote 10, education for 2026-2027 financial year, the allocation is 28 billion, 1,365,000 Namibia dollars, representing a 9.6 increase. The operational budget allocation is 27 billion, 413 million, which represents 97.90% of the total allocation, while the development budget is 588 million, 386,000 Namibia dollars, which represents 2.10% of the total allocation. The ministry aims to maintain gains of improved access to all levels of the education system through the provision of classrooms, school feeding, stationery and textbooks, teaching and learning materials, and of course the payment of universal school grants. The 9.6 increase is intended to cover the following priorities. The amount of 1.1 billion is allocated to pre-primary, an increase of 26% compared to the previous financial year. This will be used to intensify training of the teachers, as well as the design and development of the early childhood education and care curriculum, and the training of 400 educators countrywide. We will also continue with the feeding of 51,000 children at ECD centers at a cost of 30 million. Honourable members, primary education received the largest share of the education budget at 11.8 billion. There are currently 620,000 learners in primary phase, which constitute 67% of learner populations. And these learners are taught by 22,742 teachers. Consequently, the majority of the budget allocation to primary education is absorbed by the teachers' salaries and benefits. Then, we will also use this budget to have strategic interventions as a rollout of our national numeracy roadmap on foundational skills. As part of the Ministry's Ending Learning Poverty campaign, we will continue to strengthen foundational learning and building our teachers' capacity in the area of learning support and early identification of learning difficulties. We have also availed 6 million for Notes Master Senior Primary Digital Content Development by NAMCO. Our foundational levels remains a matter of concern, esteemed honourable members, as only 34% of grade 3 learners achieved basic numeracy in 2025, while literacy declined to 25%. And these results highlight persistent learning gaps and regional disparities. In response, the Ministry will intensify teacher development, expand teaching and learning materials, and roll out early grade mathematics and reading assessment in all local languages. Honourable members, the allocation to secondary education has increased by 6.7% to 5.3 billion, of which the 7,297 teachers and 3,461 support staff, their salary amounts to 3,816,367,000 Namibia dollars. We will also focus and allocate funding to the minor revision of 29 AS syllabi for implementation in 2029, while focusing on continued teacher professional development. An amount of 1.6 million is set aside specifically for Namibian languages and other subjects in AS. Honourable members, in the interest of time, I wish to state that a significant increase of 30% is observed under the budget allocation of higher education. And this is mainly contributed to the subsidized tertiary education fund, which has been implemented with the academic year 2026. An amount of 1,991,000,000 Namibian dollars is allocated for tuition and registration fees of students at public but also private institutions of higher learning, as well as TVET centers. Now, 2,515,128,000 Namibian dollars are set aside for means-tested non-tuition fees of students, as well as funding the continuing students enrolled at institutions prior to the 2026 academic year. We also have good news in terms of budget allocation to the University of Namibia, with a budget allocation of 1.9 billion and a revised budget of 631 million for the University of Science and Technology to assist them to meet the demands of subsidized education. Access to higher and TVET education will be expanded through the development of new campuses, the advancements of hybrid learning, and continued infrastructure development across the sector. The budget of 86,115,000 Namibian dollars is set aside for the construction and renovation of facilities at the University of Namibia and the University of Science and Technology, with 35 million dollars is set aside for the construction of the student village. Honourable members, the budget allocation to science, technology and innovation, student village. budget allocation to science, technology and innovation amounting to $127,373,000 Namibian dollars is earmarked to enhance, number one, data systems and monitoring frameworks to better support evidence-based decision-making and to actively mobilize strategic funding partnerships which will ensure effective and sustainable implementation of national research and innovation priorities. You will agree with me that we need to do much more in terms of research, and that is exactly what we aim to do with this new budget. Therefore, the above budget includes an amount of $24,293,000 Namibian dollars for the construction of the National Biotechnology Testing, Training and Research Laboratory. Omake. As well as $25,552,000 Namibian dollars, which is earmarked for the construction of the satellite data ground receiving station at the Windhoek Telecom Earth Station Phase 2. Honourable members, the budget allocation to vocational education and training is $614,550,000 Namibian dollars, an increase of 4.5%. The TVET sector will prioritize the advancement of transformation and policy reform, including the development of institutional standards and the review of existing policies to assure alignment with emerging skills needs. Honourable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honourable Members of the August House, I also wish to state that to adult education, $656,178,000 Namibian dollars have been allocated, constituting 2% of our education budget. I have good news in terms of culture and creative industries. The National Theatre of Namibia will receive additional funding of $11,347,000 Namibian dollars for technical upgrades. This 11 million is for technical upgrades, while an additional program funding of 2.3 million is also set aside. The Arts Gallery of Namibia will receive additional funding of 1 million to increase their footprints in the regions, because arts is not for Windhoek only. The operationalization of the culture and creative industry strategies, as well as the full implementation of the 50 million that was given towards creative industries package, will be spent on the NAMAS and the National Content Creation Plan that is prioritized during the 2026-27 financial year. Libraries and archive services will review and modernize the National Libraries Policy Framework and also establish a national repository for research and knowledge preservation. Heritage and culture programs will continue with the advancement of UNESCO Heritage nominations of sites management system. We are also finalizing this year the national policy on human remains and repatriation. NAMCOL, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed honorable members, NAMCOL Connect is a strategic transformation of NAMCOL's tuition model, and we've allocated 14.4 million with this initiative to replace the seasonal block tuition system with a structured weekly contact program running from Monday to Thursday afternoons. The program will also create employment opportunities for qualified unemployed teachers who will receive specialized training in curriculum delivery. Now, that completed. Honorable members, that completed the operational budget. The development budget allocation to the ministry is reduced from 939 million Namibian dollars in 2025-2026 to 588,365,000 Namibian dollars for this financial year, representing a 37.4% reduction. At this point, I must make a disclaimer that the Minister of Finance alluded to the fact that this is an internal resource allocation, domestic resource allocation, and that there might be reconsideration of other funding. The implication of this huge budget reduction at this point, honourable members, the fact that it significantly reduces the ministry's ability to address the infrastructure backlog, and it further exacerbates the already weak ability that we have to respond to the rehabilitation needs of our widely aging school infrastructure countrywide. The continuing devastation of our infrastructure by natural disasters such as rainstorms, fires, flooding, etc., it does require increased allocation to the capital budget other than a reduction. The sincere truth is therefore that the ministry will not be able to implement new projects as well as responding to infrastructure rehabilitation needs should additional funding considerations not be made during the mid-year budget review of 2026-27 financial year to cover the infrastructure development costs. Honourable members, as a ministry, we remain committed to the improvement of the welfare of our learners and students and ensure that every Namibian child and youth has unfettered access to education. We are, however, mindful and considerate of the fact that education is a process that requires the collective involvement and support of all stakeholders, especially in times such as these, when we are faced with multiple challenges, such as the dwindling financial resources, coupled with increased frequency of occurrence of natural disasters, such as the ongoing flooding in the North and Zambezi regions. I therefore want equally to use this opportunity to invite for your support and invite all friends of education to come forward and to come on board and offer their support in any form possible. Honourable members, I hereby would like to conclude by thanking you for your time on this Holy Thursday. Thank you for being here, despite the fact that you could have been elsewhere. We value that, and we'd like to conclude by requesting for your favourable consideration and full support for the approval of this allocation. I thank you.
What an encouraging budget. Is it not encouraging, honourable members? You're not happy? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that don't have schools and those stories Tuesday. Right, Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Honourable Sanet Steenkamp, Dr. Sanet Steenkamp. I put vote 17, Urban and Rural Development, 1,949,000,000. Honourable members, I ask for the indulgence, for your indulgence. Everyone. I want us, we want to follow Honourable Taele. Therefore, I hope that our colleagues there inside will not do the same to her as they have done it to Honourable Sanet Steenkamp. NBC last night, honourable members, I followed NBC last night, and for quite a long period of time, there was no broadcasting of the National Assembly. NBC 1 had an interview. NBC 2 was at the memorial service of one of our artists. And then I do not know whether it is a problem of the National Assembly, whether it's an NBC problem or who the problematic is. Therefore, they are not doing us a favor. They are informing the nation of the proceedings in the House. There are so many members in our public that follows the National Assembly. Therefore, I put vote 17, urban and rural development, 1,949,337,000 Namibian dollars. Okay. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, we will listen to Right Honorable Prime Minister. And whilst we are listening to the Prime Minister, Honorable Taele, copies. They say they want to follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why you brought the ES here to follow.
Honorable members, education is electronic.
It's a telegram.
Honorable members, honorable members, can we follow the Prime Minister? We want to get out from this chamber 1 o'clock sharp.
Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, just short information in relation to the NBC, where the Minister, of course, is here, but we met them. They came to, to State House, was it this week? Last week. Tuesday. Yes. So we met them. This issue came up in respect of the coverage here. And I'm not saying it to defend NBC. I'm just saying, based on the information shared, that their intention is exactly what you said, is to inform, entertain, and educate as per their policy. And the concern was that sometimes here there are always glitches that appears to, on one side we will say we are not covered, and your side you say you are not covered. Now, according to them, the system here is not under their control. The system here and the glitches that you see is an old system of the National Assembly. Now, that is what they said. So, in other words, yes, we can blame them, but maybe the blame is us also here. No. I'm saying I'm not defending. But what they are saying is that we must allocate resources to National Assembly in order for the National Assembly to revamp its own system. Is that correct?
We gave them last night.
That's what they said.
Last night we gave them money.
Here, it's National Assembly. It's not ICT, but here.
Or Parliament.
Yes. So, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, just the information I thought I could share.
That information, Right Honorable Prime Minister, takes us to the next step of constructing a new Parliament building. Because this is a very old building and so many amendments and everything was done here, and it cannot take us to, yes. Honorable members, it is maybe the fourth time that I am trying to put the vote, and I put vote 17 for the introduction by the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Ngabazis Tayele.
It's not that serious.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, Honorable Assistant Deputy Chief Whip, Assistant Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee.
Honorable Dialect,
Yes.
Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Honorable members, I rise to present the budget for the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development, Vote 17, for the financial year 2026-2027, as prepared and signed off by my Honorable Minister, Honorable Sankwasa James Sankwasa, and therefore delegated with full powers to present this vote of the people in this able house. I table this budget against a global backdrop that remains complex and challenging. Developing economies continue to navigate post-pandemic recovery, geopolitical tension, and supply chain disruptions. Growth prospects, while positive, remain modest and are often constrained by tight financial conditions and volatile commodities prices. These external factors remind us that national aspirations must be built on resilience and self-reliance. Domestically, Namibia is charting a steady course. Our expenditure performance is carefully managed in tandem with our revenue outlook. As the Honorable Minister of Finance emphasized, quote unquote, people, productivity, and prudence. This should not be a mere slogan, but the compass guiding our national expenditure, balancing our growth ambitions with affordability, and safeguarding the needs of our future generations. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank and applaud the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Director General of National Planning Commission and their teams for crafting a budget which, although not adequate, aims to improve the nation's development needs and available resources. It is within this framework of responsibility, fiscal management, that the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development has crafted its 2026-2027 budget, fully aligned with the pillars of the National Development Plan, ensuring that every dollar spent translates into tangible progress for our people. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, having said that, allow me to summarize briefly on my financial year 2025-2026. The ministry was allocated an amount of 2,674,750 Namibian dollars. From this amount, the operational budget had an allocation of 1,441,185,000 Namibian dollars, while the development budget was allocated an amount of 1,233,565,000 Namibian dollars. The ministry's execution rate as at 31st of March 2026 stands at 99.8%. That shows we have executed what we have requested for the last financial year. Due to my limited time allocated, allow me to now focus on the current financial year, and I will leave the other part. I believe you have received my statement for the perusal of the honorable members to go through how we have spent on this, what I'm saying, the 99.8%. Having said that, and against this background, allow me to motivate the budget allocation for vote 17 for the 2026-2027 financial year. The Ministry of Urban and Rural Development has received an overall budget allocation of 1,949,337,000 Namibian dollars for the 2026-2027 financial year, compared to the 2,674,750 Namibian dollars for 2025-2026. This allocation provides for both operational and development budgets as follows: 1,205,000,000 Namibian dollars for the operational expenditure, and 744,337,000 Namibian dollars for the development expenditure. This year's allocation represents a 16.39% reduction in the operational budget and a 39.66% reduction in the development budget compared to the previous financial year. Yet the formalization of informal settlements through infrastructure, water, and sanitation remains a priority. Despite the budget reduction, the ministry remains committed to executing its mandate of managing regional and local governance structures in terms of Article 102 to 111 of the Namibian Constitution. The ministry is further mandated to formulate and coordinate policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional frameworks, as well as support mechanisms for effective and sustainable urban and rural development in Namibia. In addition, an amount of 1,508,803,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated from outside the State Revenue Fund towards the construction of houses in Namibia under the National Housing Enterprise. This additional funding will significantly contribute to accelerating the delivery of affordable housing and contribute meaningfully to addressing the national housing backlog. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, the core mandate of this ministry is to build both physical and institutional infrastructure to improve the quality of life for all Namibians. Our budget is therefore structured to deliver on 3 key national development plan pillars. And it starts with economic growth, transformation, and resilience. By investing in infrastructure and formalization, we create an enabling environment for business, unlock the economic value of land, and build resilient communities. Secondly, human development and community resilience. Access to adequate housing and sanitation is essential for upholding human dignity and enabling development. When families are healthy and secure, they are better positioned to pursue education and economic opportunities. The ministry's initiatives, particularly the large-scale formalization of informal settlements, aim to integrate communities into a broader urban landscape by providing secure land tenure and access to essential services, thereby strengthening social cohesion and long-term resilience. Good governance and public service delivery. We remain committed to efficient, transparent, and result-oriented service delivery for all programs during the medium-term expenditure framework. Honorable members, the resources allocated to vote 17, while reflective of the current fiscal constraints, will be managed with the utmost responsibility to maximize efficiency and effectiveness. In this regard, allow me to thank my team, starting with the Deputy Minister, Honorable Evelyn Ngabase-Stayele, Accounting Officer. I'm reading the speech of my minister, please. Accounting Officer Dr. Velamina Yalo Shifute, the Executive Director Petrus Ndimba, management and staff for trying their best, albeit limited resources. The votes budget is allocated to the following 5 ministerial programs. Program 1, coordination of the local authority and regional councils affairs. An amount of 1,116,286,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to this program. The program objective is to improve sub-national government performance, service delivery, and focuses on providing support and oversight on financial management for regional and local development. Through this program, the ministry will conduct feasibility studies on the community-demanded establishment of new local authorities settlements for strengthened governance and service delivery in such localities. Provide subsidies that will go towards supporting and enhancing the operational and developmental and service delivery capacity of the regional council, local authorities, and traditional authorities. The support is geared towards 14 regional councils, inclusive of 45 settlements areas and 59 local authorities, inclusive of village councils and 54 recognized traditional authorities. Program 2, enhance and public participation. An amount of 14,825,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to this program. The program's objective is to enhance decentralization governance, improving service delivery, promoting local development, and empowering regional councils and local authorities. The activities include continued decentralization of national government functions, capacitating of regional councils, the local authorities, and reviewing and developing of regulatory frameworks. The program activities include the following: delegation of 8 functions to regional councils and local authorities to enhance service delivery, conducting of 10 capacity building interventions to strengthen institutional performance and accountability, and reviewing and adopting one legal and administrative framework at regional and local levels. Program 3, support to planning, infrastructure, and housing. An amount of 587,918,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to this program. The program aims to accelerate the delivery of service urban land, adequate housing, and expand equitable access to secure land tenure, particularly for ultra-low and low-income households. The main activity include the declaration of townships in informal settlements, servicing of plots, prioritizing brownfields, construction of houses targeting the commenced but not completed mass housing development program houses. The challenges which the mass housing development project experience is the legal battle in court since 2017. However, the situation is being presently arrested. This program will focus on the following: continuation of the formalization of informal settlements in 5 priority towns, namely Windhoek, Walvis Bay, Runtu, Keetmanshoop, Oshakati, as well as other identified towns, Marintal, Swakopmund, Katimamulilo, Bukalo, Usakos, Chumep, and Ochibarango. prioritization of the decongestion of informal settlements and servicing of land through brownfield developments. Support the community-based organizations, including Shack Dwellers Federation of Namibia, to deliver affordable housing and promoting the use of alternative and sustainable building materials to reduce construction input costs. Program 4, Rural Development. An amount of 123,055,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to this program. The program is to coordinate the implementation of rural development initiatives aimed at contributing to food production and security, employment, improved sanitation and welfare of rural communities. The activities include the implementation, monitoring and evaluation of rural development initiatives, managing rural development centers, conduct research on adaptive approaches and contemporary issues affecting rural areas. This funding will support self-help and income-generating projects, including microfinance programs such as One Region, One Initiative, the Rural Employment Scheme, food and cash for work programs, as well as regional specific action plans. The development and expansion of rural development centers, including new centers and infrastructure at Okashana and Ben-Hur, and rural sanitation initiatives implemented through regional councils. Program 5, Policy Coordination and Support Services. An amount of 107,253,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to this program. The program's objective is to continuously provide support services to improve governance and service delivery to the ministry through public service performance management. The activities include policy supervision, administrative support services, in financial and human resources management, information technology, procurement and training in terms of compliance requirement of the Namibian public service. This program will ensure effective supervision and coordination, efficient administrative and support services, and strengthen ICT systems. Honorable Chairperson, just 1 minute. Honorable members, the budget I present today is an honest reflection of our national priorities. It is a budget that seeks to restore balance, harmonizing our undeniable ambition for growth with the reality of affordability. The urgency of immediate service delivery with the imperative of long-term fiscal sustainability. This budget is not merely a financial allocation. It is a commitment to restoring dignity, expanding opportunities, and building inclusive communities where every Namibian has a place to call home. It is a design to safeguard the future of this vital sector by investing in durable solutions, strengthening institutional capacity, and laying a solid foundation for inclusive and sustainable development. As I'm concluding, I take this opportunity to formally present and seek the support of this August House for the consideration and approval of the budget allocation to vote 17, amounting to 1,149,337,000 Namibian dollars only. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Galas. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Can we listen to each other, please? I now put vote 18, Environment, Forestry and Tourism, 736,800,000 Namibian dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister Daniel.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the House Committee, esteemed members of Parliament, with profound regard and solemn dedication, I rise before this distinguished House to present Vote 18 of the budget for the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism for the year 2026-2027 financial year. I will highlight our mandate, key achievements, strategic priorities, and the challenges encountered during 2025-2026 financial year. The Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism is mandated under Article 95(1) of the Namibian Constitution to ensure the maintenance of ecosystem, essential ecological process, and biological diversity, while utilizing living natural resources sustainably for the benefit of all our Namibians. For the year ahead, our strategic priorities are focused on strengthening biodiversity conservation and environmental protection, enhancing sustainable forest management, and promoting inclusive tourism development. These priorities are designed to safeguard Namibia's natural heritage, ensure sustainable use of resources, and create opportunities that empower communities while contributing to national development goals. For the year 2026-2027 fiscal year, the Ministry has been allocated 736,800,000 Namibian dollars. Of this, 664 million Namibian dollars is earmarked for the operational budget, while 72,800,000 Namibian dollars is allocated for the development budget. This represents an 8% reduction in operational funding, with 4% increase in development funding, resulting in an overall decrease of 7% compared to the previous year. Honorable members, I will now present the budget in detail, highlighting the major achievement from 2025-2026 budget cycle, and outlining how we intend to utilize the allocated funds for 2026-2027 financial year. Program 1 and 2, State Protected Areas. Honorable Deputy Chair of the House Committee, honorable members, 350,220,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated to these programs, which focuses on enhancing conservation, protection, and the sustainable use of wildlife species and their natural habitats, such as national park and other conservation areas. Namibia's protected areas covers about 17% of the country's land surface, which comprise of 20 national parks. In 2025, they generated 183 million Namibian dollars in revenues. Community conservancies contributed significantly, generating 106 million Namibian dollars, of which 19 million Namibian dollars was reinvested in projects such as rural electrification, provision of tractors, scholarships, and school fees. However, human-wildlife conflict remains a pressing challenge, with 1,442 cases reported and 10 fatalities during 2025-2026 financial year. To mitigate these impacts, compensation amounting to 1,400,000 Namibian dollars was paid to affected communities, while families who lost loved ones received support. Poaching also continues to threaten our wildlife, with 41 rhinos and 4 elephants lost during the reporting period 2025. In response, 147 rhinos were immobilized and dehorned as a protective measure. Wildlife translocation included giraffes and breeding stock, and importantly, 121 jobs were created through tourism concessions awarded to community living inside and adjacent to protected areas. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, digital transformation of tourism and gaming industry has been allocated 26,800,000 Namibian dollars. This program will digitalize the tourism and gaming sector through tourism information management system and gambling central monitoring system, improving data collection, revenue collection, and regulatory oversight. The Gambling Board has generated 49,507,000 through 347 Namibian dollars in 2025. The sector has also responded positively to new legislative framework, with 134 various licenses issued since the board's inception. The Lottery Board of Namibia has generated 189,200 Namibian dollars in its financial year, in the financial year 2025-2026. Once the state lottery has been fully established, the board is expected to contribute an amount close to 100 million to the Social Development Trust Fund with the first year of operation. Strategic priorities for 2026-2027 financial year also include a feasibility study for cultural and ecotourism villages, which showcase Namibia's diverse traditions while creating jobs and reducing poverty in rural communities. During the 2025-2026 financial year, the Ministry finalized a National Tourism Special Development Master Plan for the period 2025, which will guide investment and regional development, and also positioning Namibia as a competitive and sustainable tourism destination. Implementation of National Tourism Special Development Master Plan will begin in the current financial year, 2026-2027. To strengthen governance further, the Ministry has commenced reviewing the National Tourism Policy and is developing Tourism Bill along with the National Gaming Policy and the regulations. Program 4, National Climate Change and Adaptation. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, the National Climate Change and Adaptation Program have been allocated 25,635,000 Namibian dollars. The purpose of this program is to develop and implement Namibia's adaptation plan by scaling up initiatives across key sectors such as agriculture, water, fishery, infrastructure, health, and ecosystems. These include mainstreaming climate measures into national planning, integrating climate finance, and strengthening resilience to climate impact while promoting low-carbon sustainable development. The Ministry will also advance transition towards circular economy through development of national circular economy policy and implementation strategy, and by undertaking feasibility studies for waste buyback center and innovation hubs. During the 2025-2026 financial year, regional consultations were conducted on amendment of the Environmental Management Act and sand and gravel mining regulations. In the same period, 1,515 applications for the environmental clearance certificate were processed, with 937 certificates issued. 3 waste disposal facilities in Rospina Town Council, Rosing Uranium Mine, Otap.
Pages do we have? No, it looks a few.
I have about 8 to 9. Yeah, 8 to 9. The 9th is just one. This is a summary already.
Can we listen to the Honourable Member in silence?
1,515 was, applications were processed, and maybe just to move that, okay, with regard to the disposal facilities, we have planned to have one at Rospina, Rosing Uranium, and Utapi Town Council. Another milestone was the endorsement of Nature, People and Climate Investment Plan, which secured 4,600 million Namibian dollars in concessional loans, including 67 million Namibian dollars under the dedicated grant mechanism. In addition, Development Bank of Namibia was accredited to the Green Climate Fund, enabling access to finance of up to 250 million United States, in US dollars. Finally, as part of the Namibian obligation under the ABS Act of 2017 and Nagoya Protocol, 331 access permit applications and material transfer agreements were processed. Program 5, the Performance Improvement Program is allocated 19,094,000 Namibian dollars to coordinate and facilitate the implementation of policy, strategies, and projects across the ministry during the 2026-2027 financial year. The program will focus on improving public service delivery through development, renovation, upgrading ministries' offices and staff houses, both within and outside protected areas, thereby enhancing productivity and efficiency. It further aims to strengthen the management and protection of Namibia's protected areas by maintaining and upgrading essential infrastructures such as boundary fence, water facility, and road network. These interventions support improved wildlife management, reduce human-wild conflict, promote biodiversity conservation, and enhance operational efficiency, while also facilitating safety mobility for tourists and strengthening conservation enforcement. During the 2025-2026 financial year, notable achievements including renovation of the ministry's headquarters, staff houses, and forestry offices, the construction of new forestry office in Okongo, procurement of fencing materials for Etosha and Mahango Game Reserves, installation of boreholes, and rehabilitation of sewer and water facility in key protected areas. Looking ahead, the bush program 7, bush encroachment. The bush encroachment management program is allocated 155,462,000 Namibian dollars. This program focuses on converting bush biomass into valuable products such as charcoal, wood chip, firewood, and so on. Also, supports community involvement in forestry, which plans to gazette 3 community forests covering 360,000 hectares. The ministry is prioritizing the review of Forestry Act and its regulation to modernize them and address emerging issues. The national strategy of afforestation and reforestation will guide tree planting activities while national policy on wildlife management is being developed to strengthen fire control measures. Looking ahead, the ministry will work with NamPower to operationalize the Ochikoto biomass power station, which will require about 250,000 tons of wood chips. This initiative will significantly contribute to the rangeland restoration, energy generation, and economic development. Okay, program 99, which is the last one I think as well. Good governance program has been allocated 154,589,000 Namibian dollars. This program promotes accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, effective leadership for the benefit of citizens and government institutions and the business community. It also enhances statutory compliance and standards in the use of public resources through the implementation of policies and projects that strengthens transparency and accountability. During 2025-2026 financial year, the ministry achieved 100% compliance with Procurement Act and Auditor General requirement. In addition, a nationwide asset assessment and employee verification exercise was successfully completed. To further strengthen institutional capacity, the ministry filled 155 positions in 2025, improving effectiveness and service delivery. Honorable members, despite financial constraints, the ministry has delivered significantly, achieving across conservation, forestry, governance, and climate resilience and tourism, attaining overall execution rate of 74 for its initiative. In conclusion, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the Executive Director, the management, the entire staff of the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism for their dedication and hard work. I also wish to thank Honorable Minister of Finance for allocating 664 million Namibian dollars for the operational budget and the Director General for National Planning Commission for 72,800,000 Namibian dollars allocated for the development budget. I now kindly request this Honorable House to approve the total allocation of 736,800,000 Namibian dollars for the year 2026-2027. Together, we can safeguard Namibia's natural heritage, strengthen our resilience, and ensure that future generations inherit a nation rich of biodiversity, opportunities, and sustainable prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On that note, this was the last vote to be introduced for the day. And therefore we can rise for a health break for 10 minutes. Is it? We agreed on 1 o'clock. Therefore, 10 minutes only.
Please, we may take our seats. But it's empty, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker, Deputy. Yeah, chat room, chat room, this cell phone.
Next page.
Eh?
Next page.
Next page. Honorable members of the 8th Parliament, we are going to go into discussions of the votes that were introduced yesterday, and we kick off with vote 14, labor relations. Any discussions? Any discussions? Sorry? I'm told they will come. When they will come, don't ask me that.
Copy of tourism.
Huh?
That's the copy of tourism. We had already introduced.
So if they are here, we are dealing with labor now, vote 14.
Labor was given yesterday.
I'm told it was given yesterday, Honorable.
Labor.
You are not talking about labor.
We are talking about the copies of the votes that we have motivated now, specifically Minister of Environment.
Yeah, but can we keep it in abeyance because we are dealing with the discussions of the votes that were motivated yesterday? Yeah. So can you allow me to proceed with vote 14? Thank you, sir. Vote 14, labor relations. Any discussions? There is no list here.
Is it Jonas?
Eh?
Jonas.
Is it Jonas? Honorable Jonas. Sit up somewhere.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson and member of the House. I want to commend Honorable Wise, Minister of Justice, Labour and Industrial Relations, for being a true game changer in the labour movement since assuming office. His visibility, responsiveness, and hands-on approach in resolving labour disputes have restored confidence among the Namibian workers and social partners, demonstrating a proactive and decisive government. While I support this budget, the allocation of 231 million remain insufficient given the scale of the department mandate. The shortage of labour inspectors is a very, very serious concern, as it weakens enforcement of national minimum wages, occupational health and safety standards, and as well as working conditions. I then argue that the ministry to prioritize recruitment and filling critical vacancies to ensure effective enforcement. I recognize the transformation of the Office of the Labour Commissioner, particularly in strengthening dispute resolutions and modernizing systems to improve efficiency and fairness. However, there is an urgent need to strengthen the Office of the Employment Equity Commissioner. Workplaces, inequality, discrimination, and slow progress in affirmative action persisted, and the Commission must be empowered with stronger enforcement mechanisms. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Department mandate is central to achieving harmonious industrial relations, social protection, and inclusive economic development. In a highly unequal society,
its work remains fundamental to social justice and as well as to our national security stability. Strengthened social dialogue is essential to address unemployment, inequality, and as well as informalities. Namibian workers are the backbone of our economy. This budget, despite its limitations, remains vital in protecting their dignity and advancing fair workplaces. I therefore support the vote while calling for increased investment, stronger enforcement, and meaningful reforms, and ensure that no worker is left behind. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Jonas. Honorable Haikola.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy. I'm very happy to see some programs that are in our MTEF this year. However, I just have an issue with the red. Last night we were discussing the red Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. You see, no red. For the past few years, if we follow very well, every year, almost every year, there is always a worker that is being electrocuted. Almost every year. I think if I'm not wrong, for the past 3 years. Even this year, as a health and safety practitioner myself, I'm always worried because what is happening with no red? And no report is normally given. Last year, a male, our brother from Kavango region was electrocuted and died. The other year, it was another man from Hangwena region and he died. This year, we are just holding our hearts. So, Honorable Minister, as a labor or Honorable Wise, if you are listening, please, you need to look into that. And we want Namibia to take health and safety serious. And it's only because NORAD was mostly published in the newspaper. How about now companies that do not take health and safety serious, especially in the mining industry? So, Honorable Prime Minister, let us look into that. And this year we do not want to hear another person die in the north being electrocuted. The second one is, I want to talk about the employees at retailer shops. You see, Honorable Prime Minister, these are multi-million-dollar companies. Metro, Choppies, Rani Groups. But they only pay our people 1,500. What is a 1,500 in Windhoek? When they know that even the stock that is in the Vroemenbroek or in Choppies or whatever, it's worth billion, but you are paying a person 1,500. What is happening in this country? And there's also this thing of, Honorable Minister, I don't know how we are going to address this, but it's very important that many companies here in Namibia, they are paying workers not equally. Meaning, if you are a certain race, same degrees, same experience, certain race, you'll be paid. If you are white, you'll be paid high. If you are black, I have seen this, and we also have proof that there is a problem in the country. There is a problem somewhere that a lot of people are not being paid according to really their qualifications. They are being paid according to the skin color. And this cannot continue, Honorable Minister. So really, honestly, I want the Labour Minister to look into these things. We are exploiting our people. Go to the mines. Everything is going out of Namibia. Everything will be exported, going to other countries. We are only left with our workers being exploited, our brothers, our sisters being exploited. Really, we really want the Labour Ministry to do something. We can give you as much money as this budget is concerned, but if there is no decision, revolutionary decision, to really liberate our workers, to liberate our people, 5 years will pass and our people will still cry. So in my conclusion, Honorable Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, really, let's look into this. Beifang is there. And these are even, Beifang is not a mine, it's a contractor, but mines, there are even a lot of mines here. They are not even paying back social responsibilities. All what they do is just exploit our people. Seriously. And take everything to their, back to their countries, and the country gets zero. As many of them, the government is owning 0% or few percentages, and we have our people exploited. So really, let's look into that. Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Lizazi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I want to start by saying 231 million as the total amount of money budgeted for labor is too little. Because, why am I saying so? Number one, the labor inspectors, even the minister himself mentioned it in the motivation, that the labor inspectors don't have vehicles. Some who have vehicles, they are using vehicles which have gone beyond the
economic repair.
Yeah, economic repair. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. They don't attend to matters because they don't have transport, the labor inspectors. And they are on grade 6, together with the arbitrators. Arbitrators in every region, they are on grade 6, and they are vulnerable to bribe. They have been bribed together with the unionists, who are also, the unionists are bribed. Most of the unionists are millionaires, and how do they acquire those millionaires? They need to be followed. The unionists need to be followed, because since I was young, Karonda is one of the unionists who was fighting for the workers. That's why he's this side. So some of the unionists who have been in the leadership of these unions since independence, they are the leaders of these unions, they are the presidents of these unions, are multimillionaires, and they are selling out the workers. There must be a mechanism which should be put in place by the Minister of Labor to see to it that these unionists are followed. They are also supposed to be investigated. If they don't win any case for the workers in a year, there must be a mechanism that they should maybe be removed or something in the Labor Act, in the Amendment Act. There should be something that should be inserted in the Amendment Act that will come, so that the labor unions represent the workers fully, not themselves. And their affiliations, labor unions are not supposed to affiliate to a political party. Once they are affiliated to a political party, they are no more independent, they are biased. In everything they do, they are biased. They must be independent as union members. They should be independent. That is number 2. Number 3, we see the Office of the Labor Commissioner. They receive cases, and it's only centralized. They are centralized, arbitrators are there in the regions, they send the things here. You don't see transparency of your matter, whether it's truly addressed or it's not addressed. You are just given the arbitrator is the one who is going to give you, this is what the commissioner said. Your case is dismissed. If you want, you can go to the higher court. And the person that is telling to go to the higher court is a vulnerable Namibian person who cannot even afford a lawyer. But you, as an arbitrator in the region, you tell that person, go to the higher court. With what? You can apply to the legal aid. What is that? It's totally not good. We need to find mechanisms that are working, not mechanisms that are straining our people, especially the laborers and the workers in this country. We have the Equity Commission. I don't know what they are doing. it's just a breeding of corruption, favoritism, and nepotism. Something has to be done at the Equity Commission. They must do their job. So they are only looking at affirmative action and all that. What about the outsourcing of labor? Today you remove labor at the mines. At the mines, you go at the mines. You go to the mines. In the mines, when you go at the mines, you find they remove a worker today. Tomorrow is coming back as an outsourced, and he receives no benefit, nothing, and then you will find the labor unions do nothing about that. So stop defending the labor union. If you know you benefited, just sit there and keep quiet. This is my flow.
Time. Time. Honorable Lucato, my relative brother, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my relative brother, Deputy Chairperson of All House Committee and members of Parliament, including the leaders of various political parties. And a good day and thank you for the platform. I raise on vote 1-4 to contribute to this vote. Let me say that, let me thank for my relative brother who is not here. I think the deputy is here whatsoever.
The Prime Minister is
for
here.
For the excellent, but let me say, the Prime Minister, my relative brother, who presented, the presenter. Let me thank you and commend you for the good presentation, my good relative family, yes, Honorable Right Prime Minister. On behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP, with the powers vested on me, I just want to contribute as follows. Me, myself, I go for the recommendation. Recommendation number 1, there is a union representing the workers in Namibia. One union is affiliated to the ruling party, and one union is representing the public people of this country. Including, So I recommend that let us have one body, one union, combined, which represent all the masses of this country. Because we are going to have a problem if any union affiliated to another political party. It's not fair enough. So let us get rid of that one and come up with a neutral body, union, which represents the Namibian people as a whole. How do we do it? We have to bring all the unions together, and then the way forward, we make sure that we pick one from all those unions to have one united union which is going to represent Namibian people as a whole. Because for the past 26 years, the Namibian people, they were crying. They are not represented because of this affiliated. No, let us get rid of that one. For the accountability, responsibility, and for the fairness, let us come with that one. Secondly, I just want also to say that The budget of this ministry whatsoever, it should be reasonable. And let me say, I support the vote, 1-4. My relative family, the Honorable Prime Minister, 100%. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato. Honorable Karunda.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of the All House Committee. The Southwest African Native Labour Association and its practices was among the key drivers to the formation of OPC and OPO or OPO as workplace or workers' representative organizations. And the idea was to fight the exploitation of our people. That has not changed. 36 years into independence, we have something called Africa Personnel Services, a direct reflection of the same labor hire outfit that we had in the late 40s. I remember in 1997, when Comrade Moses Garwe was still Minister of Labor, I don't know if some of you would remember this, but there was one of the biggest industrial actions we had in this country at TCL.
I can recall.
And the idea was to restore the dignity of workers and to end exploitation. That idea is still valid today. It's just we don't see it any longer in action. We have seen workers on strike at Namib Mills. Government was always mute. And we continue to see the exploitation of workers all over the place. And yet, in his motivation on paragraph 5, the minister states that workers are the heartbeat of our economy. I don't know where this heart beats from, but nowhere do we see anything that reflects this truth. Workers do not own anything, any part of the companies for which they work. The only thing they do is generate wealth and are paid close to nothing and remain exploited. Now, Honorable Deputy Chair, there's something the Prime Minister said a few days ago, I'm told, which is also reflected in the statement, which seeks to suggest that government wishes to support social partners, especially or notably unions, but the ones that are most representative. I don't know which ones would be most representative trade unions that would attract government support. I would say that all unions be supported to the extent possible, especially in terms of institutional capacity building and human resource, so that they can reach all corners of our country and represent their members. Because when you argue most representative trade unions, you are likely to confine this support to unions affiliated to the ruling party. I think that is something we should not promote. Unless, of course, you are amenable to the idea that there be widespread vote-taking at all workplaces, including government, to determine which unions are most representative. Workplace inspections, I think colleagues have mentioned that, is an area of significant interest, and I think it is important that money be spent in that area. Generally, I think the budget, of course, is insignificant. It's a puny amount compared to the mandate of the ministry. And we, of course, whether we support it or not, it doesn't matter. But it is something that we would want to see improved as we move forward, because that reflects the importance of labor in government's view And if this is the amount that government allocates to it, then it tells me that you don't think much of labor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Karonta. Honorable Klute.
Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I would like to raise a single concern, and it's with regards to the freelance interpreters. I was looking at the budget, and they get around 500K in this budget. We know we've crossed the Rubicon on this budget, but these individuals have to translate around 13 languages. We have 13 language groups in the country. And usually these are the people that are the most vulnerable or the most exploited ones that need these translation services. The farm workers, the domestic workers. And if this budget, for example, runs out, how many labor disputes get postponed or abandoned? And what are the costs to these vulnerable community members of ours? So in future, if this budget line could really be looked at, so that at that base level we can really make sure they get the service and the justice. And maybe we can reduce on the trips to Geneva where we go and talk about these labor issues that we already know about. So that is just my contribution, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kangulu, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Many of what I wanted to say have eventually highlighted to the previous speaker, but I could make some highlights in terms of the Labour Act. The issue, or otherwise the biggest challenge, remained the outdated Labour Act. Deputy Chair, when will we see the amendment in this particular act? Because as we speak, many of the instances, you find that the situation on the ground and the Labour Act are repealing. They are no longer, those laws are no longer speaking to the dynamic of current labor environment. Therefore, we truly need to see the amendment coming forth and ensure that we will have the employees protected at all material costs. If we look at the main operation at page 223, it's very clearly stipulated there in terms of inspection, in terms of investigating the workplace. But as it was indicated, lack of labor inspectors and lack of arbitrators, very concerning, because by 2024, it was on the newspapers, there were only 2 arbitrators, and the turnover is quite high. How should we mitigate this situation? Because our people are suffering. The issue of affirmative action and compliance report is crucial. If we could definitely look into the gap in the gray area in terms of assessing those reports. The assessment of those reports are very critical, because you find companies just reporting and information that they are giving are not credible. In another word, what is on the ground is not what in the report. We need mechanism on how we should be able to review and even invite the punitive measures to the non-compliance. This is not the case this time around. The issue of labor hire and the subcontractors was emphasized enough. However, it's still truly to be taken care. because our people are suffering. And the system that have been abolished by the generation of the founding father and others, it seems as it's being emerging in a very smartest, systematic way. And we need to look into this so that we can, at all time, ensure that our people are not exploited but protected. Those situations weaken the collective bargaining and undermine the job securities of our people. Therefore, we must truly be able to work hard to make sure that the working environment of our people are conducive. I think a lot have been indicated by previous speakers, and on that note, we have a daunting task as parliamentary to make sure that the amendment of those Labour Act are brought forth and speaking to the need of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mvula.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Labour and Justice for outlining what the challenges are. And he just didn't motivate his vote, but he also gave an outline on the specific challenges, perhaps not all the challenges his ministry faces, but that's very commendable. One wishes that this can be a practice across all the votes. Secondly, I would like to talk about the minimum wage and the security industry. The former Minister of Labour, Honorable Tony Nyoma, had expressed concerns that exist within the security industry, especially on the compliance part. Security guard that has worked for less than a year qualifies or starts with a $8 plus, I think 40 cents or so, and then graduates to a $10 per hour after a year, full year in service. Now, there are, and these rates are what basically determine the profitability, or rather the covering, or rather the viability of any security company that provides services to a client. Now, you get some of the fly-by-night security companies that undercut that rate just to secure a contract, right? And then pays or ends up not complying to the minimum wage, that has been agreed upon by the industry. Now, this is actually exacerbated by the non-promulgation of the security industry regulations. And this issue has come for over, I think, a decade and a half, where it's not the self-styled, but the security industry came together and consented to start or to establish a Security Association of Namibia. And the minister, because of the absence of those regulations, the industry is not being regulated. And then this association is trying its best on its own to actually, first of all, address the training of the security guards, as well as the welfare of the security guards. There's even an idea, not just an idea, in the Act, the security guards ought to, or companies ought to open up a group medical aid for these security guards. Now, if the minister can please look into this matter of the security industry regulations, so that these regulations can be finalized. And then secondly, and also the recognition of that the security board. I think that there is an abbreviation for it, which I cannot remember right now. Secondly is the career guidance for, okay, the ministry calls it vocational counseling services. Within the Ministry of Labour, there is that desk that provides career guidance services in aptitude tests or psychometric tests to learners And this program doesn't seem to be fully implemented. And the idea of this program is to guide or give guidance on which subjects the learners can select before they enter grade 8 or grade 10, but I think before they enter grade 10, I think. I stand to be corrected. But there is this absence. I've consulted some of the primary and high schools. This program is just unknown. And for a child to at least perform better in their school career, they need to be guided as far as which subjects to choose, so that we reduce the failure rate. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I myself would really ask the Minister to be a bit more careful when a minister uses his or her mandate, especially on the overtime exemption, that the minister can or has the power to grant to companies, especially the mining companies, because that has created a lot of issues. We have a company called Basel Reed that has apparently paid over money, but
you are doing well. Honorable Werigwa.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, on vote 14, my first focus is to, first of all, thank the Minister of Labour, and indeed that was done on behalf by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, is a very important vote that we are dealing with, because it actually talks to the DNA of the social architecture of our country, and that is the bread and butter issues that we are dealing with. My departure point, I wanted to look at the issue of deputy sheriffs, whereby a budgetary provision of 150,000 is made available. Information at our disposal indicate that the deputy sheriff are still confined within a specific race, primarily the white community, and that is a cause of concern as far as our country is concerned all these years after independence. And if that is the case, I would then suggest that it need to be relooked into as far as the criterion is concerned of selecting same to ensure diversity and representation of all Namibians. Moving forward, and it is in that context, it is in that context that I'm submitting that we need to amend the appointment of deputy sheriffs and ensure that our Namibians are well represented in terms of that. Secondly, I would like to look into the issue of the undocumented labor forces that we use. I mean, laborers, I would say. You have a lot of farmers who are resorting to use what you call the undocumented Angolan citizens that are in our country, and they have actually resorted to using this as cheap labor. Many a times when you go in many villages, rural areas, these are the guys that are being employed to drive the rural economy, because one have no choice but to resort to that. But I think it's an issue that is also bordering towards criminality if we do not curb it correctly. Thus, I suggest, Honorable Prime Minister, to the Honorable Minister of Labour, that a clear audit be done on farm workers that we have, and what measures can be put in place for us to ensure that we enforce the issue of documentation as far as nationality is concerned. Because many times these are foreign nationals that are in our country, stateless because they are not undocumented, and we end up employing them because of desperation and the need for you to have your economy going. But in the end, some criminology that they actually get involved in, because they are being utilized by poachers, they are being utilized by cattle theft operators and so forth, out of either consent or without their consent. So it is something that is becoming a serious issue as far as criminology is concerned, and it has to be looked into. I also wanted to touch on the issue of, Honorable Prime Minister, the issue called understudy. Mostly in private sector. I, as James, as a black person working there, well experienced and have been with this company for some time, a vacancy open up at a senior level, then an understudy mostly would be brought in, and many times I have seen this in racial cases, where a black person will be acting in that, will be there in that formal position, substantively so, but then a young person from white origin or from any other will be brought in to be an understudy, and that alone would disenfranchise this person The white person will be promoted, and this is happening in most white private companies, and I have evidence thereof. I can even bring names if need be. The person is brought up to become an understudy, and later that same person is promoted to become a supervisor of the one who was training them. That issue is becoming a big concern as far as the private sector is concerned. When we are talking of our labor laws, we are only focused on government and government, but private sector need to be checked as far as adherence and compliance to our labor laws are concerned. The injuries on farms, you would be surprised how many of our people are subjected to unfair treatment on farms, primarily on commercial farms, because most of these farms are classified as, according to the Constitution, as private properties. And really, there needs to be a serious, robust approach as far as our labor inspection to these farms are concerned. But then the other side also, the ministry is also challenged because they are very thin on the ground as far as labor inspectors are concerned, as far as officers and resources on the ground are concerned. So to me, my submission is that the budgetary provision to the Ministry of Labor, we could actually do more, because if we want to really see a full compliance as far as labor issues are concerned, though our resources are meager, we can actually add something to ensure compliance as far as our resources are concerned. Finally, it is the issue of APS, and I think the unionist, Mr. Karonda, have touched it. The APS, there was a specific case where a certain mine was retrenching. While negotiations were going on, a strike was going on, already APS have brought in 120 of temporary occasional workers that were ready to replace those that were already in negotiation. So some of these things are unfair issues that...
Thank you, thank you. Who is the next? Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully it was not hacked this time around.
No, it's not hacked this time around. We are good to go. I think the Minister of ICT corrected it this time. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's working properly. Yeah. Thank you for consuming much of my time. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. While at it and discussing this vote 1-4, I would like to approach this historically. Starting with Witwatersrand Native Labour Association, formerly named as Wenela. Yeah? It used to recruit by the time of 1940 to 1950 across Southern Africa to South African mines. Yeah? And many a times health issues came up among those people that were recruited, such as lung diseases and so forth. So safety was compromised through this labor association. Exploitation of workers from these southern regions and southern countries took place. Now Wenela subsequently changed to Teba. Yeah? Now, if we have to look at these organizations that constantly change form and names just to become unrecognized from their previous acts, is something that we need to look into. Today, we are fighting and debating the very same act that Tateya Toivo fought and that took Tateya Toivo to South Africa. Because Tateya Toivo went through Wenela to South Africa. And as a result, a revolution was born. Today, after independence, there was a case of APS versus the Minister of Labor. And that spoke to Section 128 of that 2007 Act. We need to look towards having a discussion to the amendment of that Act with regard to that Section 128. I further also reiterate and speak on entrepreneurs who equally so also exploit workers. They get multi-million-dollar tenders, but the workers are paid a minimum wage. Matter of fact, many of the workers are complaining that they are not getting contracts for even over a year, working without a contract. Yet we have labor inspectors in our ministry that could look into these things and correct there too. Well, it is a problem that we need to look into, and it needs to be corrected timelessly so these people can get their wages, because at times they do not get their wages and months would pass by, but the outcry is often unheard. Honorable members, it is wrong to exploit our own countrymen and women, we should switch to penalize such contractors that are going against treating our employees and our workers, our fellow Namibian people in such a conduct that is unfair. We as parliamentarians and we as leaders of this country should look to protect these people that so much need our protection. I so submit, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole.
Thank you, Honorable. Who's next? Honorable Theophilus.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the All House Committee. I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice through the Prime Minister for tabling this vote on labor relations, which is the cornerstone of any country, a productive workforce that can contribute to the development of this beautiful country, Namibia. I so too wish to contribute to this vote from the angle of the past, looking at some historical aspects that of course led us to today and the amount of work we still need to do to ensure that the workers are protected. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is the workers of this country, the migrant black workers of this country that began the Namibian Revolution. They delivered this country's independence in some way by starting that revolution. And that is why it's guaranteed in our Constitution that any union is allowed to affiliate to anybody, and that workers have the choice and the free right to choose whoever they want to represent them as a union. It is not up to us as parliamentarians to dictate which unions deserve affiliation, which unions deserve workers that are behind them and that are happy with the work that they are conducting. And it's because it's underpinned by our Constitution that was so delivered by the Namibian Revolution and by our forefathers and foremothers, including that of our founding president, the father of the Namibian Revolution. So I'd like to thank the minister who's working very hard to ensure the national minimum wage is fully complied with, especially in the private sector. And there are steps being taken in the public sector to ensure that those who do not adhere are able to not get the necessary support in order to not get government contracts if the national minimum wage is not effected and fully complied with. But Honorable Minister, I want to speak about the issues of social justice through mechanisms that are not ordinarily through the legislative process and the justice system. Alternative dispute resolutions really are meant to make it easier for workers to get justice when they are experiencing all kinds of isms. And I know this because if you look at the workforce in this country, both public or private, it seems the isms are rife. Sometimes you cannot touch, but a worker can tell you that in this company or in this environment, I am feeling a level of tribalism. I'm feeling a level of racism. I'm feeling a level of misogyny. It's sometimes silent, quiet, but as a worker you feel it. So, Honorable Minister, I would like that the Office of the Labour Commission, especially now that you're trying to ensure its independence, accelerates the work of its case management system so that we can get through the cases as fast as we can and deliver the social justice that the workers so need. On top of that, Honorable Minister, I know under your program number 1, the promotion of and ensuring optimum development and utilization of human resource, you have the Namibia Integrated Employment Information System. Honorable Minister of Justice and Labour Relations, we are more than ready as a Ministry of ICT to work with you to repurpose this particular system to respond to the needs of those who are seeking employment, to properly look at how we can better match the graduates or skill sets of citizens in this country, whether they are fully skilled, semi-skilled or unskilled, but have lifelong learning, to get the right employment as per the market needs. Further, Honourable Minister, I would like you to look at the occupational safety and health compliance, and really from a proactive perspective. We want these officers to be proactive in going to monitor and properly inspect places of work around safety hazards that might impact employees. And finally, Honourable Minister, through you, Honourable Prime Minister, we really need to strengthen the mechanisms against workplace harassment and exploitation of young workers. And specifically here, as an advocate of women, I'm talking about young women. We need to find a way for young women to feel safer at work in the environments that they work in. I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Samuva.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Firstly, to thank the...
Yeah, well,
Firstly,
the honorable members want to talk.
Honorable Emmanuel Wise for the job he has been doing since appointment, and secondly, our Prime Minister for presenting the budget. My point number one is on the introduction of the minimum wage. We have taken note that since the introduction of the minimum wage, there are applications for exemption from employers to be exempted. I want to encourage the ministry not to budge to this pressure by employers. There is a reason why this minimum wage was introduced, primarily because our people have been exploited for a very long time. And it is time that we implement these laws that were passed by this Parliament without any fear or favor. So the Minister of Labour is encouraged to continue. He's on the right track. We want our people to be completely free. They should receive a living wage. We should not forget that was it not for workers, we wouldn't be sitting here peacefully today debating. It's the workers who liberated us from the yoke of colonialism. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I also noticed that there is a high turnover of psychologists, psychological counselors, labor inspectors, employment officers, arbitrators, and occupational safety and health officers. Why can't we think about, as a country, of grouping these jobs that seem to be very specialized and that are more attracted into the private sector, so that these jobs, instead of us aligning them to these common grades of hours that are in the public service, we could get specialized grades so that these people could stay in the ministries and do work for our people. I submit that in the next financial year, we should really make finance available so that we could get these workers paid almost at the stage where they are paid when they leave to go to private sector, so that we can deal with this high staff turnover. With these few comments, I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Lizazi for the second time.
Thank you very much. Second and the last time. Number one is on page 4 of the Minister's motivation, paragraph 13, letter B, Roman numeral 1, which says, ensure effective and unwavering implementation and enforcement of compliance with the national minimum wage and with specific focus on employees in the security, agriculture, and domestic economic sector. In agriculture, this is where you find people like Honorable James Werikwa. So when we look at these sectors, I agree with the minister that they are mostly exploited. They are mainly exploited, and as Honorable Mvula alluded on, when the security companies are tendering, that is where the problems start, on tendering, because upon my inquiry, asking one security company why they are not paying the minimum wage, they said it's because the people we are contracted to, they are refusing also to pay us the amount that is required for them to pay, as we are providing service, but they are not paying us as we are required to be paid. And when we continue with that, they tell them that we are going to cut your contract, and they bring in, he put it right, they'll bring in the overnight security company to start working, and the others are gone. So there must be something that should be done, especially in the security service. I will not dwell much on the registration because I like the way Honorable Tofelas put it. You put it very well. That is what is supposed to be done. I second you in that statement where we group the skills accordingly so that we register them nicely, and then we know where we are not going well with the training of our giving skills to our young people. In government, you find there's grade 15. I'm very lucky that these remarks are coming to Honorable Right Prime Minister, though they were coming to the Minister of Labor Relations. Grade 15, they are employees in government at grade 15. This grade is just similar to, it's even, the security guards are better than this grade. Because when these employees of government who are at grade 15, after deduction, some of them will end up with 1,700. Some 2,700. What can they do? They have families. They have children who are going to school. They can't help themselves. Maybe this grade, something should be done. It should be done away with, maybe to take them to another, either grade 15 salary band. Something of that nature should be done, because they are not doing anything in their life. It's just suffering when it comes to this grade. In short, that is what I wanted to contribute in my second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Henkari.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I would like to just refer you to Main Division 4, to the program on the promotion of harmonious labor relations, as well as Main Division 6 on the Office of Employment Equity Commission. And if you see there, actually highlights or makes provision for what they call internship allowances. Right Honorable Prime Minister. One of the things that we've always spoken about is that we needed to make sure that in as much as we are training and bringing young people and preparing them for the work sector, is that we also make sure that the working environment is enabling enough for them, so that they may not be or may not experience some sort of exploitation. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I would also want to congratulate you on the launch of the Work Integrated Learning Policy, which I saw you also launched earlier this last month, because we're in April now. So I wanted to just point out that it's quite important for us to, in as much as we talk about young people getting work and companies employing young people or being in a position to employ young people, it's also important that young people themselves are prepared for the working environment.
two, I want to talk about something that Honorable James briefly touched on, which is Honorable Urikwa Kiringi from GAM touched on, and that's the exploitation of non-Namibians, especially on farms here in Namibia, and it's literally everywhere. The other day I was having a conversation with Professor, and I said, if there was ever a time that these young people would organize to take over our households or take over our villages, they would actually be able to do it. Because most of the time, your employed individuals or those that are actively employed would be in the cities, would be in the urban areas, and the people that we leave behind are the non-Namibians, which most of the time we exploit. And I really want the minister, and I hope he's listening somewhere, or the Prime Minister can convey, for us to find some sort of platform where we can engage farmers, especially on workers' exploitation. But more importantly, also ensuring, because we passed a law in this House with regards to citizenship, the naturalization process and all that. Perhaps we could find a way to ensure that these people are looked after, not just in terms of the basic wage, but also ensuring that they're afforded some sort of rights, access to a hospital, for example. I know healthcare practitioners have taken an oath to look after everybody. And so I think we should find a way to sort of navigate that very tricky area. Thank you. But I support, the Minister is my full support.
Thank you. Honorable Kantorodu.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. My contribution on this vote is, first is the universal minimum living wage for farm workers. We have a universal minimum living wage for communal and commercial, which is a bit unfair for communal farmers. We are expected to pay the same salary, same wage, which is, let's say, if it is $18, it's across the board. But looking at the standard of commercial areas, those in commercial areas, they have collateral. They can go to the bank and loan money even to pay for their workers for almost 5 years to come, and keep it somewhere and just deduct it on a monthly basis. While us in communal areas, we don't have that facilities. Why should we be subjected to the standard of living of people with collateral, why we don't have? So therefore, there must be two categories: minimum living wage for communal and the one for commercial. So if communal is paying $10, then commercial can pay $15 or something in that nature, because we cannot subject it to one bracket, one size fits all. It's completely unfair.
The hour allocated for this vote is gone. But you can conclude.
Okay. The others is our truck drivers. We need also a universal or minimum living wage for our truck drivers, so that they can all start from one basic salary, one wage. Let's say the starting capital is 5,000. The rest of other benefits will start from 5 upwards. So, and also looking at short distance and long distance across the border or within the territory of Namibia, because these people have been exploited extensively by truck owners. I'm not saying to you, honorable member who own trucks, but maybe you are also doing it. So, so therefore, the Ministry of Labor need to come with cushions to assist our poor communities. Just look, a truck driver is getting $1,900 a month. Just go on our platform. I shared that information. The pay slip is there. And the person is ready to testify also. $1,900. That person need to pay rent. It's on the platform. For details, I can also share. You understand, our people have been exploited. And this person is transporting a consignment of close to 1 million value on one way. And he can come with equal consignment back down also. So we need to be there for our people. These are voters. These are voters. That's why you were not appointed. Just keep quiet. So the other issue is the security companies. Security companies, we need to be very strict. Prime Minister, acting Minister of Justice and Labor. There are security companies that are not paying. The government is paying them, or the service, the company that have hired them, it pays them, but the security company, they does not pay the workers. So there must be a system that Ministry of Labor must provide a certificate of compliance in order to qualify for the next tender. This person have more than 5 different tenders, but he or she is failing to pay the workers. So we cannot really do, we need to have a mechanism so that they must not continue benefiting.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have 1 hour. It's now 5 minutes past 12, and our time that we have allocated for ourselves, that we will be busy with the votes and the introduction, was only until 1 o'clock. Now, we have less than an hour to deal with the responses on the vote number 14, and then we have also 2 other votes that needs to be discussed and to be dealt with. So what says you as honorable members? We go. Now, please, I will ignore the language of Honorable Hishono. Now, I'm still trying to engage you. Do we stop now with discussions on vote number 14 and accord the Right Honorable Prime Minister the opportunity to respond? And then thereafter, the 2 votes left, shall we deal with them when we announce them for discussion? Good, Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I like the way you are cooperating.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my senior, Arande's finest. Chimbingwe,
you name them. It's all over.
5 minutes only. Okay, thank you very much. Which is fine. Good guidance. So it's only 5 minutes, honorable members.
Yeah.
And once again, I want to acknowledge the team that is up there from the Ministry of Labor, who are assisting the Prime Minister to read what has been entrusted to him by the Honorable Minister for Justice and Labor Relations. And with your indulgence, therefore, I read what has been provided without going to specific, and that would then fall within the ambit of 5 minutes. With your agreement. You see, now you start, you want me to answer yours, eh? Thank you. So he forgoes that. Now, in respect of the issue of minimum wage and low salary employee, it has been introduced, as you are aware, and the ministry is working towards ensuring that it is implemented effectively, and labor inspectors do routine inspection and issue compliance orders. As it is said, of course, in terms of the resources that have been availed to the ministry and within the, I think it's 233 million, it's a skeleton staff that the ministry is operating with, but they are committed to ensure that the limited resources so provided, everything will be done to ensure they carry out the work assigned to them. And in respect of the transport, it was also said that it's a challenge, and the ministry is fully aware of that. And I think more will be attempted to find a modality of supporting the transport challenges that are faced. And I think within the OMAS, of course, we will also be able to see how synergy can be created, where, for instance, if one ministry is having a little bit more than one mode of transport, can perhaps share also with the ministry. I'm just saying this, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, that we will have to find all solutions to be able to enable us to do our work. Now, the laws mandates both parties as tripartite based on what is being required by an employee, be it the dispute of interest that is to be dealt first by the trade union to negotiate and bargain accordingly, and only when they have sectoral agreements that the law can enforce and dispute of rights are to be enforced rightly by the labor inspector. Now, some of this I'm reading verbatim because that is what has been provided, and I think the reason and the manner in which it is constructed, it is based on the question that was asked or questions that were put, and the ministry therefore is responding accordingly. So then there is a question of occupation accident at NORAD. The feedback we have is that both accidents have been investigated by our Occupational Safety and Health Inspector, and the report has been submitted to the Prosecutor General's office for her decision as required by law. The investigations are to determine whether all procedural requirements of a staff to operate in a particular area are followed, including correct personal protective clothing and other safe gear. It has been also noticed that some occupational accidents are not entirely an issue of employer, but also an issue of an employee being too familiar with work and ignore safety measures. The department has been engaged in educational session with employees and employers to ensure prevention of hazards at workplace. Questions on old sectoral agreement in security sector. The minimum wage, national minimum wage introduction benefits surpasses the conditions indicated in their sectoral agreements. Hence, the need to fully enforce the national minimum wage. And I wish to venture on what Honorable Kandarozo has also touched in respect of the two sectors, the commercial and the communal, whether or not a consideration can be had on different standard for the commercial and that of communal. I suppose it's a conversation that can be had out there so that there is no one fit all, as you said. But I think the minister is watching and he's clearly taking note. The development of regulations to regulate the security sector is within the mandate of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, but not labor relations. Of course, they will work together to ensure that that is done, because it has been indicated that in the agriculture and security sector is where exploitation is seen the most. We fully render the required support within the parameters of the law to our social partners, being employer and employees representatives organizations. And then questions on finalization of amendment to the Labour Act. The drafting tripartite committee is at an advanced stage to finalize their work on the amendments of the Labour Act. On the on the most employee and employer representatives as asked by the labor unionists, the unionist Honorable Karonda. The law provides for how government should deal with and support social partners, both those that are most representative and those that are not. We indeed support both such parties at different levels consistent with the law. Both are capacitated and social dialogue takes place with both accordingly. So, honorable members, that is what I got from the ministry, and with your indulgence, let me also thank you for the many constructive input that you have made. The ministry is taking note, the minister himself is taking note, and there is no question, there's no debate that the journey traveled this far and the sweat and blood that was sacrificed, we cannot betray that. What we can do is to ensure that never again must Namibia be colonized by any other form, whether in the exploitation of labor or whether in any other maneuvers that are happening in the geopolitical space. So, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and of the whole House Committee and honorable members, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Any objections? None. So agreed. I put vote. Where is that thing? Vote number 21. Now, I want us to appreciate the fact that yesterday, as we were busy with the vote of justice, I think there was a temptation to inadvertently discuss and raise queries on the whole judiciary justice system. You will find yourself, you will find yourself today that there was a lot of overlapping. And if we have that appreciation, I want to believe that the two votes that we are going to deal with now should not take longer than at most necessary. Are we together? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Vote number, I put down vote 21, Judiciary. Any discussions? May I? Your thing is not on. Not your thing, your mic. Amukoto, what's the, Amukoto?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Honorable Amukoto. Armas. I know you, eh?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to the budget of the Judicial, vote 21, which have an allocation of 512,500,000. Comparing to the last financial year, which was allocated 507,769,000, which have an increase of 5 million, which is commendable. But I must be honest from the start, this cannot just be another budget to pass without confronting the reality on the ground. Because right now we are celebrating the presence of foreign judges while we have failed as a nation. We have failed as a nation to full build and capacitate our own people. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, justice is not something you can outsource. A country that depends on others to interpret and to develop its own law, it's a country that is slowly weakening its own foundation. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue to rely on the jurisdiction and build what should be our own jurisprudence. So I ask, what are we doing as a nation? I ask Honorable Nekundi, what are we doing? We must know that jurisprudence is not something you can import. It is built case by case, decision by decision, by people who understand the reality of the country. How these foreign judges will understand the reality of this country. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, we have qualified Namibian. We have lawyers who trained, experienced, and capable, but many of them are choosing not to join the bench. Why? I will tell you now. Because practicing law is more lucrative because the conditions of service in the judicial are not competitive. Because we have not made it attractive for our own people to serve, and that's the truth. Instead of fixing that problem, we are taking what we think is an easier route of appointing foreign judges. That is not solution, that's a way of postponing problem. Because every time we do that, we send a message that we do not trust our own people enough to build our own system. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, this is not about rejecting foreign expertise, but there must be a limit. Because if we are not careful, we will wake up one day with a judicial that is physically in Namibia, but intellectually and institutional in Zimbabwe. And that is not a sovereignty. Honorable Nekundi, you understand what I mean here. You understand it very well. Because you, yes. We must, we must invest deliberately in our developing of our own judges. We must improve condition of service.
Time. Honorable members, again a very friendly reminder. Honorable, can you please sit down? We are left with less than 40 minutes. Yeah, we are left with less than 40 minutes. We probably failed to adjust the time of 5 minutes accordingly. So I'm looking at you, honorable members, whether we could then come to a kind of an agreement that we lessen the 5 minutes so that it is commensurate with the time that we have left. 2 minutes? No. 2 minutes? No. Two per person. Can the people? Okay, please, you have 2 minutes.
The chairperson to change the rules of the game when the game is already going on. It is completely wrong. Yeah, it cannot be right. No, it cannot be right. You cannot. I need the 5 minutes. You cannot change the rules.
Honorable.
Yeah. So sorry.
Honorable Obindi.
But
Honorable Obindi, we are the situation, the circumstances dictates what we have to deal with. The time was not extended. It reads that we are going to adjourn at 1 o'clock.
Sharp. Yeah. Anyway.
So it's not that we have changed the rules in the middle of the game.
Continue.
Can I then
Yeah,
get
please
2
take
minutes?
your
Thank
floor.
you. Can I then get 2 minutes?
Deputy Chair?
Anyway, I wanted to talk about Article 12 and talks about a fair trial. Article 18 talks about administration of justice. Now, in terms of the Supreme Court, we have a situation where you pay deposits for you to have your appeal in the Supreme Court. That in itself will lead to an unfair trial, because not many Namibians can afford to pay, for example, $200,000 to have their cases heard in the Supreme Court. How can you guarantee me a right to a fair trial if I don't even have the right to have my trial being heard? That is an anomaly in its own that may require our intervention. Again, in the Supreme Court, if you look at the administration of justice, Supreme Court and High Court, sometimes they use dual judges or full benches, but in the lower court, they use one magistrate without giving you an option, for example, of having a committee of judiciary officers. That should actually be a choice. And then lastly, we might have to revisit the amendment of the Constitution, because if you look at the Judiciary Service Commission, which is tasked to interview, because it said they will appoint, the President will appoint the Prosecutor General, while the Judiciary will make the recommendation. But then the Prosecutor General is going to decide cases that are going to appear before the same judges. That in itself is an anomaly. If you look at countries like South Africa and others, this is a mandate that's left to Parliament as a representative of the people to interview the Prosecutor General and then make recommendation to the President to appoint. The fact that those judges are the ones that are actually interviewing the Prosecutor General, which means appointing, recommending their favorite, it will then end up having to recommend same cases to those judges. And that, for me, it requires a constitutional amendment in the future. But having looked at the whole scenario,
I knew you were able to do that. Honorable Hengari.
Very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I want to support this very important budget vote. Also speaking as a member of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs, and in our previous Parliament, we actually undertook some visits to what do you call it, Judiciary building. And so some of the issues that were raised there were around capital projects and so forth. So it's really good to see that some progress has been made, especially when you look at the allocations that have been made of $37 million and $60,000 to the Supreme Court adjudication and administration, as well as an amount of $66,100,000 which was allocated to capital projects aimed at strengthening judicial infrastructure. We were quite shocked when we undertook the visit to some of the buildings. We started with some of the magistrates' court, and also and we ended up at the High Court. And I mean the conditions in which those buildings in which you find those buildings are quite shocking. You know, I think in the African setup, when somebody says I'm a judge, you expect them to actually sit in a proper, or at least operate from a proper setup with a building that is not dilapidated, functioning instruments and so forth. But when we were there, it was really a shock and a huge eye-opener. So I really want to support this wholeheartedly, and I look forward to seeing some of the projects progress. I see they've highlighted that the periodical court has reached 39%, 64% and 37% completion respectively. So it's really good to see some of this progress, and I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lucato, my relative brother.
Thank you very much, my relative brother, Deputy Chairperson of Whole House Committee members. Thank you so much for the platform. I rise to contribute on vote 2-1. That's judicial. My recommendation, first of all, I just want to recommend that the current system, the judicial is not independent. It should be fully independent. That's the first one. It should not be appointed by the sitting president. Second one, I just want also to recommend that the hiring of judges from the foreign country, it should be a provision to stop it
because a lot of money has been wasted in that regard. So let us not hire judges from foreign countries. We have our own judges. Who says which one? Who is this one? Okay. Yeah, so, okay.
Honorable, ignore that. Okay. Ignore that.
So,
ignore it.
Mine, let me say, on behalf of the National Democratic Party NDP, with the powers vested on me, I support 100%.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Venani.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, there are a number of issues that needs to be raised with the judiciary, and that is that probably the 2 minutes is quite very limited for me, but one of the things that the judiciary is operating in a very complex terrain where we want to maintain judiciary, but they have become a law unto themselves, and that's a problem. One of the issues is the conduct of judicial officers, especially High Court judges, when they are adjudicating on cases. The biggest problem that we have in this country, Mr. Prime Minister, is that we don't have a justice system that functions for the weak. If you go to High Court, you are literally 3 years in High Court. The time that the South African court spends on cases and hours, there is a big difference. There's a big difference. We are seated in courts. Every court case that takes you to High Court, you know you're going to fork out more than $1 million on counsels and postponements. And I had a case where a judge, a High Court judge, would postpone a case 12 times just because he has not finished his judgment. Judges are disrespecting people. You come to court, you want to hear a verdict? No, it's postponed because I have not read the judgment. I have not done this. That needs to be fixed, really. Lastly, is the assets declaration of judges. The same way that we politicians are expected to declare our assets publicly, it's the same way that the judges must declare their assets. Because there are a lot of people with a lot of money sitting on cases. Judges are not, they are declaring their assets internally there. We don't know what they own. For us to know whether you are influenced by these powerful people or not, we need to know declaration of judges openly. Lastly, we agree with the problems that we need to give more resources so that we really expedite the administration of justice. But at this point in time, our justice needs to fix it, the judiciary needs to fix it, and we need to sit down and see how best we can navigate the terrain.
Thank you. Who's the next? Who is it? Who's the next one? Honorable Lizazi.
Thank you very much. I will not take long. It's just one or two things. Number one, I want to read Article 85 of the Namibian Constitution. It says, the Judicial Service Commission. There shall be a Judicial Service Commission consisting of the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Attorney General, and 2 members of the legal profession nominated in accordance with the provision of an Act of Parliament by the professional organizations representing the interests of the legal profession in Namibia. Now, the person is the Chief Justice. Again, is the person chairing the commission. Again, is the person sitting in the Supreme Court. You can see that this person is overwhelmed with a lot of things. And no wonder they act like they are a small government within a government. Because they can bring judges from Zimbabwe, from Botswana, left and right, no problem. Have you ever seen a judge from America in this country? You have been in government too long, Honorable Nekundi. It's only from Zimbabwe. Only Zimbabwe. So I don't know whether...
Can we have order, please?
Jurisprudence is only in Zimbabwe.
We are only making
or
our
they are
task
coming
difficult.
to train us in something else, as we have seen in the court judgment, of 2024. So why?
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Isasi. Your time. Thank you. Now the time. No, its time is up, Honorable. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you have 5 minutes, eh? Not 12. That's a misnomer.
Yeah, I'm just
5.
trying to make sure that I'm capturing what I'm being
yeah, please go ahead.
given by the honorable colleagues out there. So 5 minutes is what I have, and therefore I wanted to reflect on them. Honorable Amkoto asked about the foreign judges. We agree that the judges' conditions of service are not acceptable and also not lucrative. However, with a budget which is hardly enough to cover operational expenses such as witness fees, interpretation fees, etc., it is impossible to improve conditions of service. And then the appointment of foreign judges is not a policy preference, but it is a practical necessity. Courts cannot pause. Cases must be heard, rights must be protected, and justice must be delivered without delays. Where there are capacity constraints or limited pool of immediately available candidates, the judiciary must act to ensure continuity in the administration of justice, as earlier indicated. Foreign judges are not replacing Namibians. They are supplementing capacity while the local pipeline is being strengthened. Through the aspirant judges training program, which has already trained 33 candidates, and the planned Judicial Training Institute, there are deliberate steps being taken to build a sustainable local pool of future judges. At the same time, the challenge is not only structural but financial. Budgetary constraints continue to limit the judiciary's ability to enhance conditions of service, as I have indicated earlier. This is ultimately about ensuring that justice is not delayed, because a delayed justice is ultimately a denied justice. Foreign judges therefore remain a temporary, lawful, and necessary measure, while capacity and resources are being strengthened. Perhaps it's time that there is more regulation and transparency in how legal fees, this is just answering to some of the questions, are determined, as affordability of legal services is central to ensuring equal access to justice. I think it was a question asked here. The High Court continues to finalize high volume of cases, with approximately 67% of matters disposed of within prescribed timelines in 2025. Reforms such as judicial case management and mediation are actively reducing delays. I think this is what we read in the statement, so it is there. It can be followed up. Where delays do occur, they are largely the result of a severe capacity constraints. As highlighted by the Chief Justice, the civil bench has been operating with as few as 7 judges, each carrying up to 614 cases, a nearly 60% increase in workload per judge. Judges are therefore operating under sustained pressure to maintain output while preventing backlogs. The issue is not lack of effort, but the strain on capacity and resources, which continues to be addressed. I have 1 more minute. Honorable Chairperson of Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the other part that is worth highlighting is that the state of court buildings around the country is unfortunately not good. As indicated, holding cells must adhere to the standards set out as per our Constitution and other laws. Safety of judges, magistrates, prosecutors remains a serious concern. Courts must be set up in a manner that protects all court users. So, I think I have 30 seconds. Now, once again, is to thank you, honorable members. Thank you for believing in the justice system and also appreciating the men and women that are in the judiciary doing superb work to ensure that every Namibian has access to justice. And it is what has been fought for, what many have died for, what many have struggled for. Once again, on our watch, we cannot betray all the sweat and blood that went into ensuring justice prevails. So, honorable members, once again, thank you very much on behalf of the honorable minister and all others in the judiciary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any objections?
None.
Thank you. So agreed. I put vote 35 Attorney General and honorable esteemed members. We have less than 19 minutes to discuss and dispose of the vote. Agreed to? Huh? Agreed to? Now there are two lights flickering. Huh? Honorable Hangula, you have the floor, but remember only 2 minutes. Eh?
Yeah.
Probably less than 2 minutes, but
really,
2 minutes.
Mine is really just a short one, like Honorable Rikwa. Having gone through the motivation, it's really very concerning that this is one of the most important institutions in this country, just like the Auditor General and the ACC. So I've picked up a lot, and just to summarize, we are talking about a serious staff shortage in this institution, high turnover, rising litigation costs, and perhaps the most important, outdated systems. And there's really no plan for the growing pressure from prosecuting cybercrime and the FATF compliance. So some of these things are the things that we really need to veriment our allocations and to try and solve as soon as possible. So really, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee and honorable members, the rule of law must not just be funded, but it must be justified with everything that we do. We cannot allow the Office of the Prosecutor General to be limping in a democracy like ours. So that's just my 2 cents on the vote.
Thank you. Honorable, Kampala, Honorable, my relative brother, Lucato.
Thank you very much.
He's supporting, listen, hear him out.
Thank you very much, my good relative brother, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, members of the Parliament. Thank you so much for the platform. Mine is very short. Yeah, it's very short. Yeah, I just want to contribute to vote the one which is on the table. That's 2-1, 3-5, Attorney General's office. What I have observed in this vote is that the Attorney General's office operations and service does not that does not benefit the masses of this country. When you check and read the office itself, according to the Constitution, it's only represent the sitting president and the cabinet, but the masses of this country cannot benefit from it. So it should be a provision to make sure that this office operate and serve the masses of this country equally. But currently system does not. But in this moment, on behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP, the vote is here with the powers vested on me. I support the vote 100%.
Thank you. Who's the next? Who's next? Lizazi, Honorable.
Just short. 267 million is too little. Something should be done to increase this amount. It's too little because when you go to page 6 of the motivation, Prosecutor General, you will find that the prosecutors, they share offices. I was with the other committee members in Kavango, where a prosecutor told us that the other committee was here before you. It's like you are singing a song which does not have the beginning and the end, because we are still sitting in the chairs. He even took us to a chair of a presiding officer. The two legs are broken. And that presiding officer is sitting there the whole day. But there is no budget for furniture in the courts. And the prosecutors took us, the filing system. They are just inside the room full of papers and everything. So they are competent, but they need a good working environment, the prosecutors, and also security. As well, they need security, these prosecutors. And they are only given interns. And interns, they come and go, appear and disappear. They should be given administrators who stay there for a long time. At least they should be given administrators to do administrative work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Is there, no? Who's next? Yeah? Honorable Ishono, are you off? So, shall we revert to Hungary?
Just very briefly, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I think for a very, very long time there's been a confusion around who the Attorney General is, what their duties are. Now, under Article 86 of our Constitution, the AG is appointed to serve as the principal legal advisor to government. Principal advisor to government. I know that when this motivation was given yesterday, there was also mentioned that the Attorney General is also an advisor to Parliament, and I think that must be corrected. And perhaps, I don't know whether this conversation is, we have found a solution to it, because at some point in the motivation it said that the Attorney General must also advise Parliament, and I think we'd be making a very serious mistake when we do that. I mean, what happens if I one day sue Parliament as an institution? Am I advised by the Attorney General, or am I advised by whoever represents Parliament? So that becomes a very, very serious issue. I think we need to make a distinction between what the job of the Attorney General is, and perhaps if there is a need, then actually set up a properly functioning department that deals with legal drafting, and that deals with advising members of parliament when it comes to private members' bills and so forth. Because it doesn't make sense that Ina, who is a member of the opposition, goes to the Attorney General to ask for advice with regard to a private member's bill that I want to bring here. I don't think that should be, or it should work like that. I think if Parliament, if ever, and perhaps during the midterm budget review, if we can have a conversation around how can we set up a properly functioning department that deals with advising members on on legislation, but also legal drafting, then we can perhaps make some progress. But I don't expect that an Attorney General appointed according to Article 86 and 87 should be able to advise members of Parliament on whether their views are constitutional and not constitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. I revert the floor to our Right Honourable Prime Minister. He has got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Oh, yeah, I'm just ascertaining what has been shared with me.
Let's send the proper note.
Yes. But Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the All House Committee, Honourable Members, once again, thank you very much for the spirited input and appreciation of the challenges that our men and women working at the Attorney General are finding themselves, and the Attorney General himself. As per paragraph 3 of the statement that I have read, it says that the Attorney General is constitutionally mandated to protect and uphold the Namibian Constitution, both at state and government level, and to serve as a principal legal advisor to the President and the government underlying. Government, therefore, at all tiers of government, and meaning ministries, agencies, state offices, public enterprises, Namibia's foreign missions, 57 local authorities, and 14 regional councils, Parliament, and the Judiciary within the permissible constitutional limitations. So that, yes, I'm just rereading what I said. And therefore, because the questions that were asked, some were comments, some were appreciation of the lack of resources allocated to the Office of the Attorney General and also the Prosecutor General. So I think we are all aligned. What we are saying is that let's capacitate them. Let's give them the resources in order for them to do the work that they are entrusted to do. Honorable Chief Whip of AR also lamented the same point. And I know Valikando, Chief Whip of IPC also agrees, and I know Mnaina also agrees. So yes, are there challenges? Yes. Is it expensive? The justice itself is expensive, but also the point that he's making is that perhaps we can appeal, which we will take to the Honorable Minister, that yes, if postponement is 12 times and for the reasons that Mnaina has advanced, then it's also not acceptable. We will stand up and support them, but it is then also assumed that once that support is provided, we expect each officer in the legal fraternity to do their part. And I think that is what Namibians are expecting. And many other programs that are indicated, which I read, are here, and the speeches have also been circulated. And where the pages are perhaps not properly put, as was indicated yesterday, an apology was advanced, and that we are able to have that corrected. Overall, we have the executive, we have the legislature, and we have the judiciary. This is our government. This is our business. It's all of us to make sure that, as Honorable Kalangula said, the three-legged pot scenario, let's make sure each of these pots is supported and resourced adequately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Any objections? Agreed to. Thank you. Thank you. I shall report progress and ask leave to sit again. So, colleagues, thank you so much. Huh? Yeah. Is he coming? Honorable Deputy Speaker, I report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Leave so granted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sit there.
Yeah. Thank you very much. No, he did it, we did it. And what is important? Tolerance. And what did you learn from the elder? Because next week he's out. Huh? He's going to his seat so that he can control you better. I will come there now. Yes. I hope you have learned. Yeah. The teacher is only as good. The learners are only as good as the teacher. So it's now over to you. UNAM has done his job. Now we see you got the certification. Are you off the paper? Isn't it? That's why they take you to interviews. Okay, with that said and done, Africans, honorables, it's doch a pleasure, doch. 8th Parliament, we're creating our identity, tough as it is, surely but surely, one step at a time. Happy Easter. Moshwambo, Mongu randi popio shikwanyama. Wait, Okay, Dariko. Okay. With that said and done, that brings us to this. Those traveling, speed limit. Venani, I think you must share them what you told me. Ne? You see, I was told by the best dressed man in this house. No. You see, you must always... No. Camera. You see, the others implore on themselves. The others are viewed by others. But there are two things. There are two things of Venani. He's a truly African, and he's a real statesman. It's just that by votes, he cannot come there. But in terms of what he is. So yesterday I weigh whatever I weigh. He came to me, he whispered, say, my brother, you are my boss, but when people come here, they will rather look at me than you. So please. So nicely, I decided also now to act the game. That's why you see. Yeah. So people, you must take positive criticism. It's only way that you can learn. And they say somebody who does nothing can do nothing wrong, but equally can do nothing right. You have to do something. And from that something, you can become better. And the basic definition of success, Kambala, is, what is it? Is to be better than yesterday. As long as you are better than yesterday, you are on the strive of success. And they say somebody who graduates today, stop learning the next day, become uneducated tomorrow. I was trying to get to 1 o'clock. Wait. This is how we feel when we say sit. When we say sit, you don't want to sit. When you want to stand, this is just sit. This sit. Yeah, sit. Sit. See, this is how we feel, eh? So understand. With that said and done, those traveling, travel safe. This is Easter, spend it, and let's come re-energize on Tuesday. And re-energize on Tuesday. Thank you very much.